Good afternoon, Council, and welcome to the Monday, April 25th, 2022 Council meeting. This being the first portion commencing for 2 p.m., and then we'll be following up with our second portion at 5 this afternoon. With that, I'll look to call the meeting to order. And first on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. And before I look for a mover and a seconder, I have noted, thank you, Councillor Jeffrey, as it relates to item 10.1.1, PW 2022-10, when that came forward this afternoon. So thank you in advance. And with that said, the motion is that the content of the Council agenda for April the 25th, 2022 be adopted as presented. Can I have a mover and a seconder? I've got Councillor McLeod and I have Councillor Madigan. Those in favor? And that is in the affirmative. Thank you. With that said, I will ask, are there any declarations of interest, pecuniary interest as it relates to the full agenda? Councillor Carrier?
Thank you, Chair Hall. I have two declarations today. A pecuniary interest declaration in relation to item 7.1, Fire Prevention Week. Parr's presentation. My employer is under contract to the town of Collingwood to recover eligible costs incurred by the fire service in response to an insured peril. Therefore, I'll be stepping away from the table for any discussion on that item. And the second one is the Code of Conduct Disqualifying Interest Declaration, which means an interest in a matter that by virtue of a relationship between a member, in this case myself, and other persons, in this case Mr. John DePutatioms, is of such nature that reasonable persons fully informed of the facts would believe that impartiality is not possible in the decision-making process. Mr. DePutatioms and I have a close personal friendship, which I did take the opportunity to discuss with our Integrity Commissioner during my training session on the Code of Conduct. Therefore, I'll be stepping away from item 8.1, deputations, and 10.1.2, both MZO discussions for property which John is the landowner.
Thank you, Councillor Carrier, and I appreciate the email that you sent to the clerk earlier, and note that you'll fill out the online portion when appropriate. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hall. I too have a conflict with respect to 10.1.1, as you pointed out, specifically to PW 2022-10 regarding the expropriation of land for the Mountain Road widening. As a family member is an owner and is a principal and the owner of 80 and 90 Mountain Road included in that report.
Great, thank you. And as we carry forward, as we have throughout the balance of the term, should you see a need to excuse yourself appropriately, you shall do. Thank you. So that said, before I just read out the in-camera portion, I just wanted to note that we have a full attendance of councillors. We have Councillor Carrier and Councillor Hamlin who are joining us via online, and that was approved prior to the meeting, the rest of us being here in the chambers. So with that, I'll read out the in-camera portion, section 4.1. Whereas the clerk hereby concurs that the reasons for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to the proceeding in closed session, therefore be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the town or local board, item 8. The receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose, those being A, B, and C. A position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, items A and C. And items for discussion are A, OLT appeals, B, ICBL exemption process, and C, the ICBL exemption request. And if I'm not mistaken, Clerk Olmos, it was item A that's indicated in the plural. There are 3 that have been identified as parties, but it's the same request that we're referring to, so it's in the singular.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So with that read and tabled, I'll look for a mover and a seconder to proceed in camera. Councillor Doherty, Councillor Jeffrey, those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And with that said, this council will now proceed in camera. And before we do, Clerk Almus, do you anticipate a rise in report or just a rise?
At this point, Acting Mayor, I believe that we likely will not have a rise in report, but we will resolve to move back into public session immediately following before we recess for the 5 p.m.
Perfect. Okay. So with that, we will now proceed to the in-camera portion of this afternoon's meeting. Thank you. Okay, council, take two. We are rising from in camera and look for a motion to rise. Councilor Berman, Councilor Doherty, those in favor? And that is carried. And we will now recess and we will resume with our regular meeting of council at 5 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, Council, and welcome back. And welcome to staff, welcome to those who are participating tonight and those who are joining us either here in the gallery or perhaps online. We started today at 2 o'clock with our in-camera session, and I just wanted to make note that all members of Council were in attendance. Today, as we proceed at 5, Councillor Carrier has excused himself for the evening, and Councillor Hamlin is joining us online. The balance of us are here in the chambers. So with that said, I'm going to first ask that the land acknowledgement be read out by Councillor MacLeod, and then we'll continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families and friends and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you, Councillor MacLeod. Just before we get going, as we all know, Mayor Saunderson is on a leave between now and the 2nd of June, and depending on the results of the 2nd, we'll move on from there. In the past week, and it's been my pleasure to act on behalf of the Mayor and you as Council, and in various capacities, whether it be in public or online, I have been referred to in the context of being mayor, worship, acting mayor, etc. And I just thought acting Mayor Hall and the fact that sometimes it's not that it's a tongue twister, but it's just one thing to add. But if people are comfortable here at the meeting, it's just I'm the chair, and be comfortable being addressed as the chair, Chair Hall if fit, and we'll move on accordingly. I don't see any need for additional formalities in that respect. So with that said, if I could table that the adoption of the minutes for the regular meeting of Council held April the 19th, 2022, that the minutes of Council meeting held April 19th, 2022 be approved as presented. Mover and a seconder. And I've got Councillor Madigan, Councillor Berman, those in favor. And it's approved unanimously. Thank you. Are there any, is there any business arising from those minutes? Okay, seeing none. And I apologize. Oh, there, my apologies. I'm looking to my upper right and I see an empty chair, but I look to the bottom center and I see Councillor Hamlin. So there we go. Now I've got my bearings. I will then start to my left, and we will start with community announcements. Now, that said, it indicates Chief Parr. Is he joining us first, or am I to go around the table first? There's the Chief.
Like the chief to go first, Chair, then he's prepared.
Perfect. Okay. Chief Parr, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Hall. It is kind of weird not calling worship, but I will get used to it for the interim. Today, I had on here, it says Fire Prevention Week, and I guess it was there was a little misunderstanding, but I do have one fire prevention topic, and if I can ask for permission. In January committee, I announced that it was a sad times in the province of Ontario. We have, at that point, we looked at 27 fire deaths at that point, and since then, we've exceeded and broke any possible records that is not something to brag about. So my big ask of council and everybody watching is to hashtag working smoke alarms save lives. And I said at that point at council or at committee, and I know that committee members retweeted that and sent it out as messages, but I'd ask that all councillors do that again for me. Working smoke alarms save lives. So to move on to the next one, Emergency Preparedness Week starts May 1st to the 7th. And this year's theme is Ready for Anything. So the idea is that we'd like you to share tips or pictures showing how you're helping to make you and your family better prepared to cope with during an emergency. And to do this, hashtag ready for anything. I know that also Chris Sargent, and I appreciate his help, supplied everybody 2 pamphlets that we have. One pamphlet is for emergency preparedness starts with you. Some great hints in there, family emergency kits, what to do in power outages, certain hazards from floods to winter storms to tornadoes. We have these available for the general public at the fire hall, or can supply them through email to anybody if needed. And the second one, which I think council and everybody appreciates, is don't forget your pets. It is one that I think is always forgotten when we talk about emergency management and preparedness, but we have that pamphlet too. And there is actually in there a pet emergency survival checklist. So you can remember your family, but don't forget your pets at the same time. And that's it for tonight. Chair Hall.
Thank you. And Chief Parr, I appreciate your comments. I guess I would add that if you're checking your smoke detectors, that take advantage and check your carbon monoxide detectors at the same time. And to support what you're saying, I think that often we take for granted the area that we live in as it relates to climate, emergency, et cetera. And I'll never forget the day that we were online, yourself and Deputy Chief Thurman, Mayor Saunderson was there, and I believe others as well from staff. And in the course of conversation, your alarms go off. And of course, sadly, that was the afternoon when the tornado just most recently touched down in Barrie, and of course caused quite significant destruction to the south end. So, Chief, thank you for your comments, and I would certainly encourage residents to take every opportunity to make sure they are prepared. We only need to look at other places where across the country they have experienced, whether it be fire, most significantly out west, Manitoba right now, where they've got significant flooding, et cetera. And it's important that you be prepared because, unfortunately, as blessed as we are, it certainly does not mean that we are immune to such possibilities. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, have a great night. And that said, Councillor McLeod.
Thank you. I would like to invite everybody to the Eddie Bush Memorial Arena at 1 o'clock on Saturday afternoon for the Collingwood Figure Skating Club's Blades on Broadway event. Is their first carnival in 2 years. And I'm not sure whether Hamilton will be there or Pippin will show up, or I'm not sure exactly who's big on Broadway right now, but they've also been shut down for 2 years. But the kids will be doing numbers, kick lines and spins and all the stuff. And there'll be a special guest as well. His name is Roman Sadovsky. He is the 2022 Canadian national champion, and he represented Canada at the Olympics just recently. So you'll see him jumping higher than the boards. And it will be quite a fun thing. And you'll see this counselor on the ice as well. So that will be fun for everyone, I'm sure. Saturday at 1.
Perfect, thank you. You know what, we're changing arrangements here, but I'm going to go across the aisle if I may, and then I'll go back if that's okay. I'll just keep it consistent. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give a special shout out and thank you to our relatively new, not so new now, climate specialist Nicole Yardy, who organized a very successful Earth Day event on Friday. And there was tremendous public participation, wonderful flag raising, and I think one of the neatest aspects from my point of view was the fact that a number of our very active community volunteers, generally interested in the environment and climate change, were invited to come to be present, to set up their displays and answer questions from the public. And so we had the CCI Gaia group, we had Collingwood Climate Action Team, Friends of the Silver Creek, Georgian Bay Forever, the Blue Mountain Watershed Trust Foundation, and the Collingwood Pollinators. Tremendous way to kick off Earth Day in a much more inclusive way, and I mean that from an environmental standpoint. And then also a reminder to the public that we are encouraging community cleanup between now and May 10th, which is the Provincial Day of Action on Litter. So when you are out and about on the trails, walking on sidewalks, walking through by some of our commercial and retail locations, take the opportunity, if you can, to pick up a few pieces of trash and put them in the right receptacle. That's it for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Madigan?
Thank you very much, Chair Hull. Thank you first to Councillor MacLeod for taking over the duties of the Master of Ceremonies. They had me do it for 3 years, and I was an absolute disaster on the ice. So I appreciate them not asking me ever again. So thank you. Back to sports, though. Big news. The Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame induction dinner ceremony is back after a 2-year hiatus. Saturday, May 14th, 2022, we're celebrating not only people that have well deserved it for years, but a couple teams that did very well recently. It starts at 5 o'clock. It is at the Legion, and I'm going to give the contact for tickets after I congratulate David Christie, Patty Federer, Bill Reddick, and Mr. Fern St. Nage for getting in. And to get tickets, please contact Jim Malley. He's the manager of the Blue Mountain Golf and Country Club. I'm sure you can use that as an excuse to go out and book your time at 705-445-3918, extension 103, or Mr. Harold Reed at 705-445-4982. This committee works tirelessly in conjunction with the town, and Marie Stevenson, Jim Malley, Dave Chandler, Dave LaBelle, Harold Reed, Marianne Scudder, myself, Sandy Cunningham, and Mark Rich really hold this together. So tickets are $50, and revenues generated for ticket sales go back to help the continued operations. And we have a wealth of history within our town, and maybe some of these kids that are figure skaters can make their way into it in 20 years or so. So please get out and support the sports as many of us already do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Chair Hull. Except to say here is another former MC for the figure skating. I think it may be a requirement to be on council. However, I will have a grandchild skating that day, so it's a pretty exciting day for our family as well. So nothing else to add to the announcements this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Berman?
Thank you, Chair Hall, was it?
Sure.
And thank you for allowing me to use just a few seconds. My son Christopher turns 23 today, and I just want to wish him a happy birthday and a safe trip out to Victoria with his sister tomorrow.
Fantastic. Councillor Hamlin?
Just so excited by all these events taking place. It's so good to have everything open. So my announcement is that this April the 27th, which is just a few days away from now, at the corner of First and Spruce will be the unveiling at 5 p.m. of the Our Collingwood mural, which is a joint endeavor of the Collingwood Youth Council and the Unity Collective. And it's featuring 42 residents in Collingwood, and the purpose of it is to highlight stories of Collingwood residents. So this will be the unveiling, and just wanted to make sure everybody knew. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. If you've driven past, you can't help but see that particular mural. Just from a location standpoint, you mentioned First and Spruce, but many people know it to be that it's on the east side of the building that's home to Fathom and Kamikaze Bikes. And when I stopped and took a look at it, it is really quite a recognition of members of our community that celebrate a wide range of diversity backgrounds, engagement in our community from a long-standing tradition in terms of advocacy. And when I looked at, I didn't realize that there were 42. That's quite impressive. But when I looked and I sort of did a scan, the only former politician that I could see or identify was Dr. Farrell Anderson, who served many years ago. And I'm not sure what that says to the fact that there's only one politician on the wall or not, but it's worth noting. On behalf of the downtown, I just wanted to mention that on Thursday, and the fact that we hit plus 20, and I think that it's put people in the mood for spring and to put winter finally behind us. 6 o'clock out front of the Federal Building, there is a fashion show to celebrate our downtown merchants and spring fashions. Starts at 6 o'clock. And in addition to the fashion show, there'll be a number of events, activities, et cetera, supporting it. If it's raining, there is a backup date, and that is May the 4th, same location. And the next would be something to look forward to, and again, this has become a tradition, and that is that the Farmers Market put on by Downtown BIA. The first one will be the 21st of May, and I think, if I'm correct, that is the long weekend. And again, that tends to be a kickoff or a celebration of not only the spring, but summer to come. And Councillor Madigan, although I am a Montreal Canadian fan, I think it's apropos to mention that for our Toronto Maple Leaf fans in Collingwood, who fondly or perhaps negatively recall the 1993 Stanley Cup Finals, the guest speaker at the Hall of Fame dinner reception that night is none other than referee Kerry Fraser. And if you're a Toronto Maple Leaf fan, you know what I'm talking about. It might be your opportunity to come out and not only celebrate those who are being inducted, but perhaps have a few words with Kerry Fraser. So anyway, with that said, we do have a deputation this evening. And I'll look to Chris. Is our deputant with us tonight? Okay, great. No. We're good? Okay. So on my agenda, I've got Mr. Sewell. I see two gentlemen before me. Now I see one. So, hi, good evening. Mr. Sewell, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Indeed, I can.
Great. It's an honor to have a former mayor of Toronto join us. I say that only for context, knowing full well that you are fully engaged in the betterment of our community and wanted an opportunity to speak to us tonight about the MZO or application perhaps of the use of an MZO. So you know the rules, sir. 10 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I'm not there in person. But here's what I wanted to say. Apart from the pressure from the developer, no one has made any case for the need for processing this development application more quickly than by the usual process. This is not a proposal which has been lingering before council. No one has made the case that the normal processing should be collapsed by a ministerial zoning order. We know what the provincial government will do with an MZO. 10 days ago in Richmond Hill, an MZO permitted 33 towers from 40 to 80 stories tall. 33 towers. In Richmond, in Markham, an MZO permitted 31 towers from 15 to 80 stories tall. Just extraordinary developments. In each case, the ministry worked with municipal staff around these MZOs, but staff were required to sign a non-disclosure agreement so they could not discuss what they were doing with local councillors. Just unbelievable. One can expect the same thing in Collingwood if council agrees to the MZO option. And I know that the motion sort of includes the idea that in fact there will be consultation with staff and the ministry. MZO is not a good way to proceed. And I think it's really unfortunate that Brian Saunderson has tarnished his reputation. He's a man I've admired immensely, but not on this case. By moving at the committee, the council agreed to the MZO, And then he left the final decision to council as he took a leave to run in the provincial election. The development proposed represents a very serious threat to the town. The key thing it tries to do is move the new hospital from the center of town to the edge of town, abandoning the doctor's offices, healthcare facilities, long-term care homes, and senior citizens' homes, which now surround the existing hospital because those services, in fact, rely on the existing hospital. Taking these jobs from the center of town will have an enormous negative impact on the businesses on Hurontario Street. And as I mentioned in my attached letter, this is exactly the problem that Hurontario Street faced in 1967 when council said they wanted to approve a shopping center in the edge of town. And the merchants opposed the Ontario Municipal Board and defeated it, which is why you have such an extraordinarily healthy main street. You don't want that same thing to happen again. Of course, an MZO removes any appeal rights that citizens might have. The development proposal wants to build 2 million square feet of non-residential space. Currently, there is less than 300,000 square feet of non-residential space on Hurontario Street. So the impact of the development, if approved, will be the death of the town's famous and important main street. I would point out that recently you probably heard of the Hudson's Bay Company giving their Winnipeg store to Indigenous groups in that city. And you would have seen a picture of that store, which is a 6-story building, which covered a whole city block, an enormous building. It was 600,000 square feet. So what's proposed for the Poplar Side Road is something 3.5 times larger than that enormous building. So it's a real threat to the existing town. Yes, proceed with robust community consultation on this development application. Do that for sure, but do not approve the idea of proceeding with a request for a ministerial zoning order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell, for your time and comments this evening, and noted that you had previously provided correspondence and communication to our Development Operations Committee, and I make reference to that simply for the public who are following along tonight. Is there anyone from council that has maybe question or comment for Mr. Sewell? Mr. Sewell, I say this with the utmost respect, and it is with your comment related to the leave of absence. And I say it only in that I too have taken a leave of absence. You cannot pick and choose necessarily when a leave takes or you commence a leave as it relates to the issues at hand. Whether one agrees or disagrees, I think that Mayor Saunderson, in his 7+ years at the table, has never shied away from making difficult decisions, whether the public at large agrees or disagrees. So I only provide that for some context. But overall, I appreciate your comments, sir, and thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, seeing no questions, comments, then we'll move on to the next part of our meeting, which is 9 on the agenda. It's our interim control bylaw, and I will look to our CAO for the weekly update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hull. Next slide, please. So on your screens, you'll see a short slide deck. And there's a resolution which is summarized on the slide that's up now that talks about updates at each meeting of council. So essentially one a week until the interim control bylaw is lifted. And I do note later on the agenda, there's a consideration for council on whether you wish to continue weekly or not. So we'll listen with interest to that decision. And the items that are to be covered are listed on the slide, and we have covered those in the updates in general. Next slide, please. The situation hasn't changed since last week. We do have a water supply that's safe and available, so anyone living or that has a business in Collingwood certainly can drink our drinking water. And the bottom line is that even with some new ultraviolet being installed in the current plant and closing toward the capacity to meet the expected growth that is coming in the next few years, we still won't have quite enough water if the new plant commissioning stays on schedule for the end of 2025 or early 2026. So Council's been very proactive and very transparent. We've used an instrument that's available under the Planning Act called an Interim Control Bylaw, and what that does is it temporarily and transparently pauses development on a geographic basis to ensure we grow as a complete community. So many development applications were approved based on this new lens of growing as a complete community, and you'll see some statistics a little later in this presentation. Next slide, please. So first off is a land use planning policy study. Next slide. So the study is complete. It's been formally deemed complete by Council, and the recommendations are a three-pronged framework for servicing capacity. So that would include water and wastewater. The three pieces, two of them are required to lift the interim control bylaw and move into our new paradigm where we're trying to get where council and staff can allocate water according to the community's values and as a complete community. We do have in the bottom right the allocation policy approved by council after extensive consultation with the community. I think it's a wonderful policy, and it will come into effect as soon as the interim control bylaw is lifted or expires. And we also have a zoning bylaw amendment, was a small change to the zoning bylaw related to servicing, and that adequate servicing is available. Unfortunately, we do have several appeals that I'll talk about in a minute, the interim control bylaw is automatically extended under the Planning Act until we've dealt with those appeals and they've been removed. So we still need a check in that box. On the bottom left, there are also some official plan policies that will be updated. These will follow and are combined with the official plan update project, and council can move past the interim control bylaw without these, but we will propose them as part of that official plan update. Next slide, please. So there's three appeals we've received to the zoning bylaw related to servicing. Those are noted on this slide. Two of them were granted exemption from the interim control bylaw, which means that they do have water if they wish to move forward during the interim control bylaw or for a year beyond that, as is proposed in the policy. Next slide, please. So we were able to meet with the town solicitor with the three appellants on a without prejudice basis. And earlier this afternoon, if you were watching the agenda closely, you would have seen that council had an opportunity to meet with our solicitor to get some legal advice and updates on the next steps that may happen related to these three appeals. One of the things that staff are bringing forward, and no agendas are actually set until they've been approved and published. However, we are looking at writing a report on what should happen next related to additional exemptions to the interim control bylaw. We certainly heard loudly from another number of businesses and developers in Collingwood that that's of interest to them. And we are very interested as well to keep our economic development moving forward and our businesses strong. So it is our intention to write a report, staff report with some recommendations for council. And we're targeting the next cycle, either the Strategic Initiatives Committee or the Development and Operations Committee in early May. And typically these types of items, any recommendation to council is brought forward to the public and council through the committee process so that there's a transparent chance to provide input and review prior to council making a decision. And that would be in this case as well. Next slide, please. We're not currently accepting additional applications for exemptions, but please stay tuned, as I just mentioned. If you already have an exemption, please proceed through the process. Next slide, please. With respect to our water plant, next slide. Nothing has changed on this slide since last week, although lots of work continues with the design, et cetera. The one thing that's pressing right now are the discussions on temporary membranes with other municipalities. It's a bit of opaque language there, but the temporary membranes would increase the capacity of the plant to provide more water. So if it's a bit of an expensive endeavor to put these temporary membranes in place, one would have to be available, and we would have to know who our partners are. So there's some conversations there that were suggested to council, and we received some direction to talk to the other municipalities, so we're doing that as a priority. Next slide. No changes to the schedule. We remain on track, except we had intended to finalize the agreement for the plant expansion with New Tecumseh this winter, and we're still working hard on that item, and have had some in-camera conversations with an in-camera conversation with council recently, and expect to bring this to a head in the next month or so. We hope so, in any case. Next slide. The remaining water supply is noted on this slide. The remaining allocation without the UV and without dipping into our factor of safety remains the same at 489 single development units until the plant is expanded. There is a small adjustment in this chart. Prior to the interim control bylaw, we were not counting the single development units that were committed to accessory apartments. They were simply subject to their to building permits. So the water that had been committed prior to the beginning of the interim control bylaw has a small adjustment of 3 SDUs or less, I believe. That doesn't change the bottom line. Next slide, please. The last 2 slides also have not been updated since last week, but I didn't spend much time last week on the little chart, which is on the right side of this slide. It talks about the 480 SDUs of water that were allocated due to exemptions. So this is work that council believes should be moving forward, that helps us to build a complete community. And you'll see that there was 350 SDUs of water issued as building permits. There's about 33 that have been held in abeyance for an affordable housing project that hasn't yet proceeded, but we're keeping that water to make sure it can go forward. And there's 5 SDUs that have been granted occupancy, as well as a few that are under review. So if you look at the 350 plus the 6 that are under review and the 5 that have occupancy, that's about 361 of the 480, or approximately 81% of those the water that council's allocated that's out there or just about to get out there to be built in our community, which I think is an excellent delivery by our development community and landowners. And that's the end of the update for this week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO Skinner. Are there any questions from the table for clarification? Okay. Seeing none, then we will move on to agenda item number 10, which is the Standing Committee report. And for those who did not join us at 2 o'clock at the very outset of our meeting this afternoon, Councillor Jeffrey, you had asked that the last item be severed, and I'll do so, and then you can excuse yourself from the table. So I will read it in and then look for a mover and seconder as it relates to the first 4 items, and we'll go from there. Okay. The Council received the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held April the 11th, 2022, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. P 2022-12 Authorization Bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement 202 McDonald Road. Recommendation to approve site plan amendment application file number D111021. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-35, being a bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement between Zazarek Distillers of Canada Incorporated and the Corporation of the Town of Collingwood, be enacted and passed this 25th day of April 2022. The next is P 2022-13, Heritage Designation of 243 Birch Street. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-36, being a bylaw to designate a property to be of cultural heritage value of interest under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, be enacted and passed this 25th day of April 2022. P 2022-14 bylaw in relation to heritage permits, delegated authority, and work orders. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-37, being a bylaw in relation to heritage permits, be enacted and passed this 25th day of April 2022. And PW 2022-02, 2021, Annual Wastewater Performance Report. It's a recommendation to endorse the 2021 Annual Wastewater Performance Report. So I will look for a mover and a seconder. Our chair, Councillor Jeffrey, and a seconder, Councillor Doherty, our vice chair for Development Operations. Are there any questions, comments specific to these items? Okay, I'll call the question. Those in the affirmative, and it's carried unanimously. Okay, and just for the record, at 4:35, Councillor Jeffrey stepping away. 5:35. Thank you. So, and the final item under 10.1.1 is PW 2022-10. Land expropriation for the purpose of road widening at 50, 80, 90, 101, 260, and 295 Mountain Road. Recommendation to authorize intent to expropriate portions of Mountain Road for necessary road widening purposes and authorize the clerk to execute all documents and undertake all necessary actions to expropriate the lands, and that staff continue negotiations with the property owners to resolve all matters relating to the taking by agreement under Section 30 of the Expropriations Act, and that the clerk forward any requests for hearing to the Chief Inquiry Officer, and that council approve of the expropriations provided no hearing of necessity is requested, and that the lands be expropriated in fee simple and required for road purposes be dedicated as common and public highway upon their acquisition. And again, I'll look for a mover and seconder. So moved by Councillor Doherty and a seconder. And from our DNO, Councillor Hamlin. Thank you. Are there any questions, comments specific to this matter? And again, stated at the outset of our meeting at 2 this afternoon, Councillor Jeffrey declared a conflict, as she did at Development Operations, and has excused herself. So with no questions, comments, I'll call the vote. All those in the affirmative, and it's carried unanimously. And we'll ask that Councillor Jeffrey return to the table at 5:37. Thank you. Okay. Next up is 10.1-2 and under staff reports. The first matters that were just tabled and voted upon all came from Development Operations, and they were all unanimous in their consent at that time. This particular item has been severed out as it was not unanimous. And as the record indicates here in the agenda, it was a vote of 4-1. Again, I'll read it in, table it, and open it up for discussion. The staff report P 2022-15 proposed Minister Zoning Order MZO Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village be received. And further, the council endorse in principle and pending community consultation the proposed conversion of the lands municipally known as 7120 and 7200 Poplar Side Road in the town of Collingwood from industrial to deferred mixed-use commercial to facilitate the development of the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village in accordance with option 5 as outlined in the Planning Partnership and Urban Metrics Memorandum dated April the 7th, 2022. And further, that staff be directed, with the assistance of the consultants, to work with the proponents to prepare a revised draft MZO in accordance with option 5 for council's consideration of endorsement. And further, that prior to consideration of council's endorsement of the revised draft MZO, the proponent develop, implement, and document a robust stakeholder consultation plan to the satisfaction of the town. And further, that council directs staff to report back on the resource allocation necessary to proceed with the future recommended planning processes as outlined in the memorandum to implement option 5, including the alternative of the town retaining a dedicated consultant to fast-track the development review and approvals process at the expense of the proponent. And further, the council direct that any MZO include recommendation 3 from the consultants, which is the inclusion of a mechanism or process to request that the minister revoke the MZO should the vision fail to proceed in a reasonable time period or the property be listed for sale. And further, the council directs staff to meet with the proponent to discuss the changes or suggestions submitted in their letter to council with the aid of our consultants at the expense of the proponent. And I'll look for a mover and a seconder to table this. I've got Councillor Jeffrey and I have Councillor Hamlin, both from Development Operations. And with the reading of this in, I'll look around the table to see if there are any questions, comments of one another or staff. Okay, Councillor Doherty, you're first up.
Thank you, Chair. As the lone dissenter from Development and Operations, I generally did not support this motion. I believe that our consultant's recommendation to support option 2, which was to deem the endorsement of the proposed MZO as premature without further technical study, public consultation, and implementation of planning tools to achieve the vision of the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village. Just generally speaking, this is, in my view, premature. We have not even seen the first draft of our new official plan, and that is the most significant consultation with our residents, our businesses, and our staff since the community-based strategic plan. It is important for us, if we are going to contemplate any major changes to the zoning at Poplar Side Road, that we take the time to do it right. There are far too many questions that are not answered, and I do not believe can be answered under the performance pressure of an MZO, even if that request for an MZO is hedged or qualified as outlined in the motion. Some of the questions are, what is the economic impact of a disruptor like the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village to our economic framework as we know it now? What is how competitive are these lands? How appealing are these lands to the commercial tenants that will be so important to their viability? What will be the impact on our hospital moving there or not moving there? What will be the impact on our downtown commercial core? What is the time to complete? And what impacts would a long completion timeline have on our community? What are the long-term impacts of the kind of density that is envisioned in this proposal, which is 3 to 4 times higher than our current densification targets, as outlined in our the county's municipal comprehensive review, and in fact, at least 7 times higher than our current density. What will be the long-term impact on our infrastructure and our infrastructure needs? And what impacts would this have on our current forecasts for infrastructure needs? What are our long-term revenue and fiscal liabilities looking like? There's far too many questions. The usual planning process would allow us to address each of these in a manner that ensures that the vision can be implemented to its very highest and best use. Any other alternative as outlined here, I think, is just getting a bit too far ahead of ourselves at potentially significant risk to our community.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Doherty. And you raise excellent questions. We may have a difference as to how they will be answered, but they're all valid questions. I say it tongue in cheek, but I'm assuming you're not looking for answers tonight.
No.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Councillor McLeod.
Thank you. And I did watch the discussion at DNO, but I would like to ask a couple of questions that rose to my mind, and especially in light of the questions that Mr. Sewell brought to us tonight. And so I'll turn to Director Valentine, or perhaps to our CAO through you, Chair Hall, and to ask, if this MZO goes ahead, is there any possibility that 30 high-rise towers are going to be built on this 130-acre parcel?
Director Valentine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Perhaps some clarification around the question, Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. Are you asking if the proposal as described within the resolution passed by the DNO committee, which is option 5 of the consultant, would that result in towers, or would there be any scenario where very large towers would be approved through an MZO process on the property?
The latter. My concern is about a bait and switch, and I believe that was Mr. Sewell's concern as well, is that we would perhaps say yes to this amazing vision that's been presented to us, and then it becomes something else after the MZO is granted. And what provisions have we contained within this motion to prevent such?
Thank you for that clarification, and through you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to the motion before you, the consultants as well as staff had looked for a position that would be supportable should this council wish to move more quickly than the traditional planning process, which would allow for upfront community consultation as well as future processes that deal with the details around exactly what we will see on the land and how the vision will be delivered in accordance with the proponent's proposal. So what is before you in the resolution option 5 is a deferred mixed-use commercial zone. And pending community consultation, if it was this council's desire to endorse a revised MZO that is simply to add the deferred mixed-use zone to the property, then the further details respecting heights, setbacks, specific uses and various precincts or quadrants of the property would come later through a further rezoning process in accordance with the deferred zone category. The risk, though, whenever you forward an MZO onto the province, is that ultimately the minister is the decision-making authority. They, of course, will take into account council's endorsement, and we understand that this minister weighs heavily on what municipal councils have wished to see. But from a legislative perspective, the minister could change the MZO in any way that he or she sees fit. So there is a risk that once if it does arrive on the minister's desk as part of a provincial MZO process, that there would be a change that was perhaps unanticipated by this council.
Is there a
Thank you.
follow-up? Or?
Nope, I don't have any follow-up. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, comments around the table? Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Just really to bring up a couple of points upon which I think the majority vote occurred at the committee. And the one was input from our economic development manager, who did comment on, gave very excellent and thorough comments on Collingwood's transformation economically and where the future jobs are going to come from and how we're going to position ourselves. And I also believe that he commented that he did not believe in his capacity that there was an impact in the downtown, with the downtown core, that there was a very different approach in terms of what he saw happening there, aside from Councillor McLeod's question. And I guess for me, I think the sooner the public are in the conversation as to whether or not we should be proceeding down this road, the better it is. So the sooner we can get the proponent to a very robust consultation with our public, the better we will be. And I think sooner is better. So sooner is better. So I'm still supportive based on the conditions and amendments that were added to option 5 by the committee at the meeting, and so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Berman?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Like Councillor McLeod, I watched at least the first 2 hours of that meeting. I think that's when this was finally approved. It took about 2 hours. First of all, wanted to just commend the committee, because you guys did a lot of work to get this, what's in front of us, to us. And I'm also glad, Councillor Jeffrey, you mentioned our ECDEV person, because I couldn't remember who I was listening to, but that really resonated with me, what he said. So, I'm looking at this and I see you guys have mitigated as much risk as you can. You've got robust stakeholder consultation in here. You're asking the minister for the ability to revoke the MZO. I think you've done everything you can, so I'm supportive of this going forward as well.
Thank you. Just looking up at the screen, Councillor Hammond. Go ahead, Councillor Hammond.
It's not perfect.
There we go.
It's not perfect being on Zoom. I know we had a lengthy discussion at our committee, so I'm certainly not going to go over any of that or what I said before. But I just wanted to say that what's given me great comfort in proceeding with this has been our extensive staff report and the accompanying report from our consultants, which emphasized that we needed to take a cautious approach, that this was an important and transformative opportunity, so we shouldn't rush into it. And some of what I understand is to be included is that the housing, instead of what was being proposed by the proponent, for example, which is pretty open amount of housing and type of housing, for example, and I'll just focus on this, that the housing should be specifically mixed-use workforce housing, standalone workforce housing, retirement-assisted long-term care housing, independent aging-in-place center living units, multi-generational purpose-built housing, student housing, purpose-built athletes housing, whatever that is. So I just wanted to say, and I guess the last thing I wanted to, and I thought the housing part was an important component for me in terms of the fact that we need workforce housing, but also from the point of view that the housing would be capped, and that in terms of numbers and in terms of use, and that there would be minimum square footage requirements for commercial and institutional uses. In other words, it could be more. And I am very mindful of Mr. Sewell's comments tonight, and there is no one sitting at this table I know who would want anything to impinge on the healthiness of our downtown area. But again, from our consultant's report, and I'll just read this part, that we need to specifically regulate the scale and type of retail and service commercial uses that are to be permitted within each of the 7 districts. So I agree with Councillor Doherty. There are so many unknowns in all of this, but I believe that what we're doing practically is leaping over the County of Simcoe's official plan process, which has been going on for a long time and may still have years ahead of us, and allowing us to work, I think, and I would hope very closely with the ministry to get what we need for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. Are there any further questions, comments, specifically from the table? Okay. I just will be very brief. So, Councillor Berman, to your point, yes, there was a 2-hour discussion and it was robust at Development Operations. The benefit to you having me here is that those conversations going forward will go from 2 to probably an hour. I am very supportive of this. I've been supportive of this from day one. And I say with respect to Councillor Doherty, I agree with you. There are a lot of questions to be answered. But I do think that this is a process that allows us to move forward with an opportunity that will, A, engage public comment, and B, allow us to have better insight and to get some of these things answered through a process. There are a number of uncertainties. Probably the biggest uncertainty is the fact that on June 2nd, we have a provincial election. We may or may not have a new government. And regardless of whether or not the current government is reelected, we may in fact have a different Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing who may have a different opinion as to the operation and the mechanics and the use of an MZO. There are some unknowns, and I certainly recognize that. I made some comments as it related to the downtown, and I just would say this, and that is that twofold. One, our downtown for decades has shown an incredible ability to its resilience, whether it be the closing of the shipyards, whether it be the natural migration that has affected all small business as it relates to online commerce, and to the migration and use of larger corporations for the shipment and transportation of goods at cheaper prices. And lastly, of course, they have withstood a 2-year pandemic, and we, I think, can all share that we have a downtown that's the jewel. And I reference that only from an historical perspective. Moving forward, I believe that our downtown is unique, and it has significant opportunities, and there are questions. So when I make this statement, it is not from a position that this will happen, but we have a possibility for a performing arts center. We have a possibility for a revitalized use, or for perhaps the first time in many years, finally a use as it relates to the terminals. And of course, we have significant residential development within the core, all to which will help to support the vibrancy and commerce moving forward. The downtown has also withstood significant pressures as it relates to the western node growth, not only within our own boundaries, but further west as it relates to developments like the Village at Blue. And I think that although this is on the east side and has a different vision and incorporates many different phases, our downtown will, based on what I've just said, not only thrive, but continue to accelerate to the betterment not only of those who live, work, and play downtown, but to those of us who enjoy all of the benefits that it has to offer. So I fully acknowledge that there are unknowns, there are questions to be asked, and hopefully there are questions that we will have answers to as we continue through the process. But I acknowledge that we are being asked to do something incredibly significant that was not on our radar, and we are taking a significant step to hopefully move our community in the right path. And with that said, I will call the question. So all those in the affirmative? Those opposed? And it's noted. Okay. Carried and noted. So thank you, everyone, for your comments. Moving forward to section 11 on our agenda. Under motions, we have two this evening. The first one, Councillor Hamlin, is yours that you provided on the 11th of April. Would you like to table that?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay.
So the motion reads that staff bring forward a comprehensive review of the town's heritage programs, including committee composition and staff resources in the 2023 budget. And perhaps if I could address this then.
I'll just ask for a
now.
seconder first, if I could.
Oh, right.
Got-
Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Jeffrey, and if you would like the first opportunity to speak, please. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Hamlin.
Okay, thank you. This motion came out of two different staff reports that we've had before us in the last year. The most recently was a report on the Development and Operations Committee agenda of April the 11th. It was part of the staff report concerning an update to the heritage bylaw. And in it, there's a section called Next Steps to Improve or Enhance the Town's Heritage Programs. And staff's, I'll just read one sentence here. On several fronts and occasions, Council has expressed interest in an overarching comprehensive review and evaluation of the town's heritage programs and committee structure in order to gain efficiencies, streamline systems, and improve processes and communication channels. So the suggestion was that this be looked at in the context of the 2023 budget, where if resources are required, they can be voted upon by the council, our next council. And also, I'll just mention as part of this report, staff indicated that if the council was to agree at the time, they saw that the function of the Heritage Committee could be expanded a bit to look at a more broad meaning of heritage within the context of inclusivity, diversity, equity, and anti-racism. And the report points out something I have to confess I hadn't thought of till I read it, but that we have all mostly thought of heritage in the context of colonialism and the white settler movement. And in fact, there's another heritage that we could think of that would relate to Indigenous peoples and others in our community. I'll just put it at that. So I would be very much looking forward to having that as part of the ongoing discussion as to where the Heritage Committee should go. And those are my remarks. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. Are there any questions, comments for Councillor Hamlin? Yeah, Councillor.
Well, they're not for Councillor Hamlin, but they are for staff. So
Perfect.
through you, Chair, I'm just looking at our operational plan, and I also know that that we have been asked as a council to be mindful of the workload of our staff. And prior to being asked to be so mindful, many requests were made for reviews of different things, and I'm thinking particularly of the one that I brought forward. I think about a year ago. It might have been longer than that, to have a look at the Committee of Adjustment and the work that it does. I also know that we've had a look at committees and structures of committees, which I think happened actually in Q1 of 2021. So we've sort of already done some of this work, and I'm just wondering where in the list of 418 things that our staff are doing this might fall, and if it would come before other projects and reviews that are already in flight or have been requested already. So through you, Chair.
I'll direct it to the CAO, and you can either take a stab or pass it along if you see fit.
Thank you, Chair Hull, and through you to Councillor MacLeod. One of the reasons why it generally makes sense for staff to receive items through the budget is because that's the time of year when we get a chance to have a robust conversation with council around what you see as most important. And typically, we look at the vision that's set out in the community-based strategic plan. We look at the things that you say you most want to transform during the 4 years that you sit in this particular council, and we look to pull things out that are related to those items and to supplement that with that annual conversation. So in general, it's hard to say whether this would go in front of other items. All things being equal, we like to get the things that are older off the plate, but things are not always equal. So I don't have an answer for you around whether this would be more important or less important, for example, than the Committee of Adjustment pieces. I do think, and I'd have to double check in the operational plan, but I think we have a report back on that within 2022. I'm seeing a nod from the clerk, so hopefully that particular item will be completed before this one is considered by the council in the fall.
Thank you. And as a follow-up through the chair, so I'm also mindful of a time that we did what at the time, and I'm going to use air quotes, we did a deep dive on parks and recreation and culture. And there was some discussion of doing that with other departments, although I do believe that may have been, well, I'm trying to remember how that all went down. I'm sure you do. Are we looking at doing more of those deep dives into certain departments, and would heritage be covered under those if this doesn't happen?
Chair, we have modified the approach a bit. What we tried to do with the deep dives, because I personally felt it was a very useful exercise to look at parks, recreation, and culture and look at the key programs that they provide, such as active living across the lifespan as an example of one. So what we did with that was, with the help of Deloitte a year ago, we did, and some provincial funding, a modernization review that identified the programs that we believe that we're delivering in Collingwood, as well as a long list of potential services or buckets of things that we're doing for the community. And on the staff side, we propose to do some more work on those services. And I think that there is very much a conversation to come with council around what are the programs, why are they important to you, which services do you want to continue to provide, and to what level of service. So that's work to come. We don't have a particular deep dive planned. Heritage would be a good conversation to have, and we can certainly make sure that that is on the list.
Thank you. And just the final follow-up, this motion asks for this to be discussed in the 2023 budget. That will not actually be this council that does that, right? That'll be the new council after the election in October?
That is correct. It would be whoever is elected or re-elected and forms the council in October. Very quickly post-election would be moving into training and then the budget itself.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to be voting against this. I think that we've already done some of this work. I think that we have a very full plate, and I don't think I want to tie the hands of a future council. Thank you.
Councillor Madigan.
Thank you very much. Although I appreciate the motion, I believe that the ask kind of goes beyond the term of this council's responsibilities. The 2023 budget should not be at the forefront of this council's mind. Thinking beyond this term is admirable, but it's a little bit premature because none of us are guaranteed to be here. And I firmly am aware of what our staff is already dealing with, and I think this would throw a handcuff in it if Councillor MacLeod's ask for the Committee of Adjustments has taken a year. This is going to take a year as well. I think just leave it to the next council, and if they deem it appropriate, that's amazing, but it's not for us to say. That would be micromanaging the next council, and I'm not going to do that.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And just in response to my colleagues, normally I would not be supportive of committing the next council to a resolution from this one. However, in the case of Heritage, we have had any number of questions, unanticipated activities, and developments, changes to the structure of our board and who has voting rights and who doesn't, that I think have served to complicate as opposed to improve the functioning of the Heritage Committee. And therefore, I think it's very important for us to undertake this review as soon as possible to the benefit of the committee, of staff, of this council and the next one coming, and above all, those who will be participating in the heritage process in one way or another.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Chair Hull. So just to add to Councillor Doherty, I agree. We aren't committing the future council to anything. They will develop their own community-based strategic plan or tweaks there too. I'm pretty sure the CAO will do a pre-budget as she's done with us to get a feel for the priorities that council has within that first year for the budget. And I don't think it hurts for us. It's very clearly, heritage is an area that has been losing resources, and it is having a negative impact on our ability to promote heritage like we would like to, I think. And so I'm very supportive of adding this to the list, recognizing it's something we're going to have to do anyway. And so I'm very supportive of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamlin, I'd like to make a comment or two, and then would you like the final word?
I may have one sentence or two. Thank you.
Okay. If I could just maybe ask a question or two specific to staff, and given that it's Councillor Hamlin's motion, maybe she could interpret what I'm asking if it's something that she's agreeable to. Heritage is something that is prescribed by the Heritage Act, a provincial act. I liked the reference that Councillor Hamlin made as it related to heritage from the greater context beyond colonialism. I'm paraphrasing. And I'm wondering, we're asking staff to take a look at this, but is there an opportunity to utilize the current Heritage Committee to give content, to give comment as it relates to the work they do under the current Act, and whether or not there are opportunities to broaden the mandate and take into consideration things like post-colonialism? Somewhat of a loaded question. Clerk Almas?
Thank you, Chair. I was specifically looking away. I think that I think the Heritage Committee does have some big visions, and I think it's important to have their input in the future review of this, together with the staff resources and the impacts from that. And I can equate that to any of our committees. You ask the Trails Committee or the Accessibility Committee, if they could broaden their mandate or different things that they would like to work on, and I'm sure that the list could get quite large. So I think that they would be part of a process, but I don't think we could just limit it to the committee's feedback.
Yeah. Second question to yourself would be that, that there is a report coming back from staff, is there not, as it relates to the current composition? And how would that affect potentially this request?
Thank you. Yes, the Clerk's Department is working on a report back, in particular looking just at the external organizations that are ex officio members to the committees. Right now, it looks like that's on target for June, but we will just be addressing that specific question in that report.
Okay. And then this is a comment in support, Councillor Hamlin, and that is that I had made a comment or had a brief conversation with the clerk, and it was a one-sided conversation in the sense that I just had stated that I think that for the benefit of an incoming council and their relationship as it's specific to, say, trails, heritage, accessibility, the Hall of Fame, et cetera, I think that it's incumbent of that council to actually have a meeting with the prospective committees and to have a review of work that's been done, a vision of in terms of what they think they could be doing, and then allow that council to ruminate and then give clear direction as to whether or not they are supportive of actually what the work is being requested of that committee. Having been a past committee member of several committees and a former council representative on some of these committees, one thing that you hear from time to time is a frustration in that work is being done only to arrive at the council table and have the direction determined to go in a completely opposite direction. That's not a comment on the council. Sometimes things arrive at the table that we're not fully vetted on, et cetera, but I think if there's an open conversation at the beginning of a term, there's more ability to ensure that everyone's working from the same page, and hopefully that would help to alleviate some concerns about in terms of handcuffing of the future councils. And then my only other comment, and I do say this with respect, Councillor McLeod and Councillor Madigan, and that is that I understand that you're not wanting to tie to a budget, but we did just pass a motion that will likely tie multiple councils for future councils as it relates to the Poplar Wellness Project. So, Councillor Hamlin, you had mentioned you had a word or two that you just wanted to.
Yeah, just two brief points in response to some of the comments made. One is that I certainly don't see this motion tying the next council's hands. I see it more as making sure it comes forward because with any new council, there will be a lot of things on their plate, and it may take them 3 years, as it has us, to see that perhaps there's some improvements to be made at the Heritage Committee. So this will just allow some focus for it to be brought forward. And of course, it would then be up for that council to decide. And then Chair Hall, with respect to your question about who would look at a bit broader of a meaning for heritage, I understand what from the previous staff report that currently the heritage complement from staff is only 30% of one full-time person. And that if the next council was to see fit to make that role a bit more robust, then there would be an opportunity, and this is the sentence from that staff report, an augmented heritage staff role would seek to collaborate across department work units to access inputs that are more reflective of the inhabitants of our increasingly diverse community. And the report speaks to 5 documents that support taking this more robust view of heritage. It's the Ontario Heritage Act, the Ontario Heritage Trust and its basis, the Community-Based Strategic Plan, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to actions. So I think if our Heritage Committee decides to take this on with a more robust staff person, there'll be lots for them to chew on. Those are my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. So it was tabled by Councillor Hamlin and seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. Thank you for the reminder. And if there are no further questions, comments, then I will ask for the vote. Those voting in the affirmative. And I've got 5. And those opposed. And it's noted. It's carried. Thank you. The next item is 11.2, and this is a motion of reconsideration, and it's coming from myself. There are 2 parts. There's the reconsideration. If that's tabled and passed, then we'll discuss the next part. And seeing as it's myself bringing it forward, I will ask that the acting deputy mayor, Councillor, and that's why you just use chair, right? I can't figure it out myself. The acting deputy mayor, McLeod, if she would be kind enough to take the chair and table the notice of reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have on the floor a motion of reconsideration. We'll be reconsidering, if this passes, Resolution 153-21. Because we are the number that we are, I believe, and I have had confirmation that we need 5 yes votes for the reconsideration of this motion. There's no discussion on a reconsideration. We just call the question. Those in favor? Oh, do we need a seconder for a reconsideration? Yes, we do. And it will be Councillor Doherty. So mover and seconder, and all those in favor. That appears to be unanimous. And so I will hand over not the chair, but the floor to Acting Mayor Hull to bring his motion.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the clarification. You're correct. It was a motion as opposed to a notice. Notice had been given. So this evening I'm tabling, and I'll be looking for a seconder, that whereas council requested regular updates at all council or standing committee meetings regarding the interim control bylaw known as ICBL, including updates on water capacity and land use planning studies since May 2021. And whereas the regular reports have been detailed and thorough, and council and the public have been kept fully aware of actions and impacts to date, which are currently on hold as a result of the appeals to the zoning bylaw amendment, and there are not significant changes or updates until the appeals are addressed. Therefore, be it resolved that the council require an ICBL update once a month at a meeting at the discretion of the CAO, or additional updates if a matter of significance occurs. Thank you.
And Acting Mayor Hall, would you like to speak to this now, or would you like to have a discussion and then speak last?
If I could get a seconder and then go last, that'd be great.
Great. Is there a seconder? Councillor Jeffrey. Discussion. No one has anything to say on this. The floor is yours, sir.
Very briefly, it was your motion that you brought forward, and I stand to be corrected, but I believe it was unanimously supported. And I think at the time, we all felt that it was in the best interest in terms of being able to communicate properly to the community, one of the biggest decisions that this council has made this term. And I fully supported and still support what you had put forward. That said, I think that the time has come to allow our CAO the opportunity and flexibility to report on the current and what's moving ahead, as opposed to consistently having to give an update as to what's transpired. I say that knowing full well that if people are interested in still learning as to the history, that on our website, which can be found on the landing page, there is an icon dedicated to the ICBL, and it has all of the information pertaining to this issue from an historical perspective. So it is there should somebody from the public require information. And that said, I would just ask that those support the ability for our CAO to have the flexibility moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a couple of comments to make before we call the question, and that is that it was indeed my motion, and I am very impressed with the work that's been done by staff week in, week out to provide these updates so that there can never, ever be any question about what's going on. But I do believe with the ICBL expected to, well, it was supposed to be lifted tomorrow, but situations being what they are, it is not. But I will be supporting this motion. I would have seconded it if the procedural bylaw would have allowed it. And so with that, I call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously, I think. Yes, it does. And I hand the chair back to Acting Mayor Hull.
Great, thank you. Moving on to item 12, which is bylaws. We do have a bylaw this evening. 12.1, Municipal Law Enforcement Officer Appointments. The bylaw number 2022-38 being a bylaw to appoint a municipal law enforcement officer for the corporation of the town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 25th day of April 2022. The bylaw number 2022-39 being a bylaw to appoint municipal law enforcement officers for the corporation of the town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 25th day of April 2022. And there are two, and I will look for a mover and a seconder first. We've got Councillor Doherty, Councillor Berman, and if I may, and just for the public interest, we've had a change in staff, and that is that our bylaw department, which was under the auspice of the fire department, has now moved back under clerk services. And so with that said, I will just ask if Clerk Almas would comment as to these appointments tonight.
Thank you, Chair Hull. We have two bylaws on the floor this evening. So the first one is actually to appoint our existing licensing officer as an MLEO. It will give her the capacity to also do enforcement provisions as well as the administration and coordination of the licensing aspects. And the second bylaw relates to all of our seasonal bylaw enforcement officers. So we look forward to welcoming them. I believe it's either this week or next week. I think we have some coming on board this week and the remainder coming on next week. And if council sees fit to appoint them, they'll be out and about to first of all, getting their training and then being out around the parks and trails and doing all the matters to keep our parking bylaws enforced this summer.
Perfect. Any questions, comments? If it's okay with the mover and seconder, the clerk is correct. There are actually two bylaws. So if you would be fine being the mover and the seconder on both, I'll call the question on the first. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And on the second, all those in favor? And again, that is unanimous. Great, thank you, and congratulations. Good addition. Moving on, 13, are there any notices of motion this evening? Okay, seeing none, the county report. Unless Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod has a comment or two, we haven't met since last Monday. We do meet tomorrow morning. And what has been missing from the agenda is the link to the highlights that are put out by the county that the public can reference in terms of the goings-on, both at council and committee and the various positive things happening at the county as it relates to the daily activities. Was there anything that you saw fit to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So with that said, moving on to 15, which is the consent agenda. And there are 3 items, and I'll read them in, look for a mover and seconder, vote on receiving, and then ask if any would be pulled tonight. So the council hear and receive the general consent agenda, and further, that the information and opinions provided in the general consent items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. And we have 3. 15.1 is a proclamation for National Volunteer Week, April the 24th to the 30th of 2022. 15.2 is a proclamation in support of Children's Mental Health Week, which is May 2nd to the 8th of 2022. And just a note that the clock tower will be illuminated green from May 3rd to the 8th. Of 2022 in support. And the 15.3 proclamation is Museum Month for the month of May 2022. Clock tower to be illuminated purple on May 18th, 2022 for International Museum Day. A mover and seconder to receive these consent items. So Councillor Doherty and Councillor Berman, and call the question to receive. All those in favor? It's unanimous, thank you. Does anyone wish to pull and speak to an item? Okay. Moving on to agenda item number 16, and that's council business. 16.1, we have old or deferred business. Does anyone wish to table something that would be referred to as old or deferred? Moving on to 16.2, which is other business. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Chair Hall. So I have 2 items under other business. The first is something that was brought to my attention, and I sent my questions ahead to Director Slama with respect to a glitch that happened in our water billing, either through the town side or the EPCOR side. And I was just going to ask for an update. I'm not sure how many accounts it impacted, but 2 people approached me today. And although they might be minor amendments, I think there were concerns as to how the glitch occurred and how we solve it going forward. And I guess the fact that I don't think we should require residents to realize on their bills that the error has been made, that once we're aware of it, that all matters should be corrected and not require 2 calls from our residents to EPCOR and or to the town of Collingwood to have the matter reversed. So I just sent those questions through to the director, and I'm hoping she was able to find a response, and if not, she can just maybe advise the residents when they could have a response. But what occurred was a zero billing in a month, and for a commercial account, what that meant, it pushed 2 months into a 1 month billing and kicked them up to a tier 3 charge, as opposed to being in the lower tier for their usage in each of the 2 months. So through you, Chair Hull, I'm hoping that Director Slama is here and can respond.
Perfect, thank you. Director Slama is with us, and if she could kindly respond, it would be appreciated. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Acting Mayor Hull. Through you to Councillor Jeffrey. Yeah, so I would like to express my appreciation to Councillor Jeffrey for bringing this matter forward to my attention that she received through some residents. I wasn't personally aware of it, but reaching out to the Environmental Services Department, of course, they were aware of it. As Councillor Jeffrey said, there was an error that occurred in the February billing. It occurred to some of the accounts in one of our 4 cycles. We have 4 cycles of meter reads. And what I haven't been able to confirm by the end of the day here was how many accounts have been affected. But the preliminary numbers were about 100 out of approximately a batch read of 3,000. But I do need to confirm those numbers for council. So as Councillor Jeffrey indicated, there was an error, and it seems that it was human error. There was a mistransfer of data information for this handful of accounts. When EPCOR does that element of the processing, and basically what happened is the previous month's meter reads were transferred instead of the newest meter reads, and so that resulted in 0 consumption being recorded on that bill. So in the next bill, when the meter reads were inputted, it then of course included 2 months worth of billing. And for a lot of, low use commercial or residential accounts for properties that are using, less than 15 cubic meters of water per month, once you double that, that does take us into our tier 3. So some people would notice an increase in their monthly consumption charges. So for residents who noticed this and who called EPCOR and the water clerk, a correction has been processed. In speaking with environmental services and through them to EPCOR, we did talk about there is the ability for both people to look at a 0 read report, right? So we have some commitment from EPCOR to run certain reports that would help them identify if there was any anomalies in the transfer of data. Our water clerk, does certain checks as well. Sometimes with the 0 reads, in particular in winter months, they're more difficult to catch because we do have residents in our community that go away for the winter. And so it's not unusual to see, a handful of residential accounts, reading 0. So typically when our water clerk is looking at 0 reads, they're looking over a longer span of time. But certainly that's something that, from a process side, we can look at and work with EPCOR to improve. I think I've touched on most of the things that Councillor Jeffrey has indicated. Certainly, if any residents do notice, if they want to go back to their February billing and they notice that they've had 0 consumption, that's probably the easiest way to identify something strange happening. If they know water was used in their on their property and they see 0 consumption on their February bill, we would recommend that they reach out to the water clerk and or EPCOR, either can help, and that process would be changed. Otherwise, I'm still in discussions with EPCOR and the Environmental Services Department on what we can do on our end to identify all of the accounts that have been affected so that we can just make that correction for residents.
Thank you, Director Slama. Back through to you, Councillor Jeffrey. That's
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hall, and also that Director Slama had noted to me that this council did approve a software purchase for that department in our 2022 budget, so that will assist them in terms of maybe alleviating some of the manual checks required to pick up the glitches. So we know we have that as well. So I appreciate very much getting that answer. My second item is to give a brief highlight or overview of the federal budget and how it impacted us as a municipality in terms of what FCM was advocating for. And I really like to reiterate what our FCM President, Mayor Joanne Vander Hayden, had commented that, Ukraine happened, COVID happened, and so the success that FCM experienced in this budget ask, despite all of those things, is it's pretty amazing that we were able to achieve all the things we did, and to have the federal government using our language in their budget was very much a coup for us. So the highlights included the affordable housing, and the budget makes bold investments to tackle the housing crisis for a truly inclusive recovery and continues efforts to end chronic homelessness. I know some of the funding was extended and doubled, and I'm hoping this will assist our affordable housing task force as they source, and our grant writer as they source funding for potential projects going forward. Climate action was also high on the list, and proposing new investments in electric vehicle charging infrastructure, building retrofits, and nature-based solutions to provide municipalities with tools to take local action on climate change. And this, too, is right in our wheelhouse. Climate resilience, FCM welcomes significant new investment in nature-based solutions like tree planting or wetland restoration, which will always interest MDCA, and wildfire prevention, which municipalities can use to reduce climate risks and improve community health and well-being. Rural communities were considered for welcome new investments in those natural climate solutions, the wildfire prevention, and rural physicians. And then commitment to ensuring that the Housing Accelerator Fund takes into account smaller and rural communities, especially those quickly growing. Again, describes us pretty well. Infrastructure, FCM noted proposed changes to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, including extending the construction deadline from October 2027 to October 2033, as well as a new requirement that provinces and territories identify remaining Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program funding priorities by March 31st, 2023. Gender equity commitments were made to develop a national action plan to end gender-based violence and establish a national pilot project for a menstrual equity fund. And then tackling the opioid crisis, FCM welcomed the commitment to extend Health Canada's substance use and addictions program, which will provide more funding to local governments and community-based organizations to provide supportive services for those facing substance use challenges. Given all of that, there is still more work to do and plenty that we asked for and didn't get, and I will report on those in upcoming meetings as we work through those going forward. So that's my report from the FCM federal budget overview. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions perhaps of Councillor Jeffrey specific to FCM, the federal budget in that context? Just on a positive note, I think that around the table we recognize the time and effort that you put in as it relates to FCM and the value that you bring back to the community, not only in terms of the expertise and the communication, but in dollars that are realized. And I would just acknowledge that the Deputy Mayor from Tiny Township, Steph Walma, has been a representative at FCM. He's not running in the next election. And County Council has put forward the name of our Deputy Mayor immediately to the east here in Sylvia Bray to represent. So it's good to have neighbors back to back working together at the FCM level. So thank you very much. The clerk was just kind enough to draw to my attention something that was sent to me earlier, and I apologize. I didn't check it between meetings, but with your indulgence, I'd just like to read in what was intended to be part of a community announcement at the outset. And that is in relation to National Volunteer Week, which is taking place this week. And so I'd just like to state the following, and that is that in recognition of National Volunteer Week, which is April the 24th to the 30th, the town of Collingwood would like to acknowledge the countless people who give their time and talent as volunteers for the municipality and throughout the community. Your selfless acts of kindness and commitment to bettering the lives of people in our town makes Collingwood a better place to live, work, and enjoy. So again, on behalf of the municipality and council, I'd like to extend my thank you. If you are a resident who would like to share your volunteer experience, and or if you would like to showcase somebody who you feel has been exemplary in their service to the community, there is a section on the Engage Collingwood portal, engage.collingwood.ca, where you could enter your thoughts respective to your service or to somebody who you feel has provided exemplary service. And I think that would be greatly appreciated. As a small example, and I know that Councillor Doherty, you already touched on this earlier today, but the Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod, yourself, and Councillor Hamlin, we had the opportunity to participate on Friday with Earth Day and the flag raising. And there would have been, I don't know how many people in attendance representing various organizations who are the very essence of volunteer and grassroots in support of a particular cause, that cause being the environment. But we all know that there are people throughout the community who are working for the betterment of those who are in need, those who are, whether they be in our recreation programs, involved in the arts and culture, various cross-section. And probably a better example of volunteerism and the spirit of cooperation is to what was first talked about tonight, and that is the mural on the side of the Fathom building at First and Birch and the 42 people there. If you were to look to those individuals as representatives of the community, that'd be a good starting spot. After that, a look to the Order of Collingwood and the Companion would be another example. So again, a salute to all of those who make our community the great place that it is. So. And with that said, I will then, unless there is any other business, I will look to read in the confirmatory bylaw. And the confirmatory bylaw is that bylaw number 2022-040, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held April 25th, 2022, be enacted and passed this 25th day of April 2022. And a mover and a seconder, please. We've got Councillor Doherty and Acting Deputy Mayor McLeod. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Jeffrey with the honors for adjournment. All those in favor? Thank you, and good night to everyone participating. Thank you.